Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Almighty God, we ask you to guide us in all our discussions, to show goodness, honesty, understanding, and wisdom in all that we undertake for the benefit of the city of Joondalup and our residents. Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Nala Kadich Wajak Mort Kain Karak Nijabuja. We acknowledge Noongar people as the original custodians of this land. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I declare this council meeting open at 6:31 p.m. In accordance with the recording and live streaming of council meetings council policy, this meeting will be video recorded and live streamed on the city's website, with the exception of confidential items and periods of adjournment as determined by the presiding member. Cameras have been positioned in such a way as to avoid members of the public. However, by being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image may be live streamed to the public. Recordings will also be made available on the city's website following the meeting. The official record of the meeting will be the written minutes kept in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and any relevant regulations. Members of the public are reminded that it is a requirement under the meeting procedures local law to act in a courteous and respectful manner while in the council chamber. You are asked to show respect to anyone who is exercising their right to ask questions of the council and/or deliver public statements. I ask that that respect extend to such people whenever they are on city premises while waiting for or having taken their opportunity to ask a question or deliver a public statement. Under the local law, a person must not create a disturbance by interrupting or interfering with the orderly conduct of proceedings. This includes expressing approval or dissent by conversing or any other means. Using personal electronic recording devices to record anyone or the meeting is also prohibited under the city's local law. I would also like to remind members of the public to show proper respect to the city's elected members and staff during these proceedings. The next item of business is declarations of interest. I've received a number of declarations prior to tonight's meeting, so I'll go with the ones that I've first received and then we'll go to any others if they're required. I have an interest declaration from Councillor Fishwick relating to item 12.6, nomination for Freeman of the City. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as the nominee is known to Councillor Fishwick. I have further interest from Councillor Rafters for the same item. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as the nominee is known to Councillor Rafters. I have made an interest that may affect impartiality for item 12.10, Strategic Community Reference Group Appointment of Community Representatives. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as a number of the nominees are known to me. Councillor Count has made an interest that may affect impartiality also for item 12.10 as one of the nominations is known to him. Councillor Hill has made an impartiality interest declaration for the same item as a number of the nominated candidates for the North Ward are known to Councillor Hill. Councillor Hutton has also made the same declaration, an interest that may affect impartiality for item 12.10, that multiple nominees are known to Councillor Hutton. Councillor Mercer has made a similar interest declaration, an interest that may affect impartiality for item 12.10, as multiple nominees are known to Councillor Mercer. Councillor O'Neill has also made a declaration of an interest that may affect impartiality for also item 12.10, as the nominated candidates are known to Councillor O'Neill. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Rafters, has also made a declaration of impartiality for item 12.10, as some of the nominees are known to Councillor Rafters. Councillor Vinciulo has also made a declaration of an interest of impartiality for item 12.10, as some of the representatives/submissions are known to Councillor Vinciulo. There's also a declaration from some members of staff. The first one is from Ms. Bergman. It's for item 14.1, confidential appointment of an acting Chief Executive Officer due to Ms. Bergman's employment as the direct report to one of the directors who may be appointed for the acting Chief Executive Officer role. I have a further declaration of a financial interest. It's from Director Lavery. It's for item 14.1 as a senior employee that may be appointed acting Chief Executive Officer. I have a further financial interest declaration from Director Claassen, for item 14.1, acting of a Chief Executive Officer. It's a financial interest as he is a senior employee that may be appointed for the acting Chief Executive Officer role. I have a further declaration from Director Humphrey as the Director of Corporate Services. It's a financial interest for the same item as he is a senior employee and may be appointed as an acting CEO. I've received a number of paper interest declarations. I'm just going to check if they're the same as the ones that I've already read out. I have an impartiality interest from Councillor Vinciulo for item 11.1, as some of the petitioners are known to him. A further declaration of impartiality from Councillor Count for item 11.3. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as one of the petitioners is known to him. I have an interest that may affect impartiality declared by Director Parry, the Director for Governance and Strategy. It's a financial interest as he is a senior employee that may be appointed to the acting CEO role. That concludes all the interest declarations I've received prior to tonight's meeting. Does anyone else have an interest that they wish to declare? Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just for 11.3, the petition relating to the development in Hillary's. The lead petitioner and some other petitioners are known to me.
Thank you, Councillor May. If you could just fill out the paperwork for that. Are there any other further? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I have the same declaration in regards to the petition, but I believe it also potentially applies to item 12.2 as well. So I'll make both of those declarations that some of the affected residents are known to me.
Thank you. Are there any other further interests that need to be declared for tonight's meeting? No? In that case, we move on to deputations. We just note this as this item was dealt with at the briefing session held on the 10th of February. That brings us to public question time. There is a set of procedures relating to public question time, and I request that you all follow my direction at all times. You will have an opportunity to ask 2 questions, and your question should be directed to myself as chair and asked in a polite and respectful manner. So we keep a register for public question time, and we'll go to those people first and then see if there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to ask a question. So the first person on tonight's register for public question time is Ms. Sue Boylan. If you'd like to come forward and state your name and address for the record and then ask your questions. Is the microphone working?
But I've got a loud voice. Oh, there we go. Susan Boylan, 52 Key West Drive, Mullaloo. Yep. Has the council been given plans of the housing development that's at Ocean Reef Marina that's supposed to start mid-2026?
Thank you. I'll go to Director Humphrey, if you're able to answer that question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And responding through you, the City has been provided updated plans from Development WA, which are also on Development WA's website. I will ensure there's a link from the City's website to that showing the latest plans. I'm not aware of any further plans having been made available.
Thank you. Ms Boylan.
I don't believe there's any plans there. Can you tell me where they actually are for the ones that come, the ones that's supposed to be released in 2026?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd have to take that question on notice to provide the exact address, but as I said, the information is available and I'll ensure it's available tomorrow on the City's website too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Boylan. The next question is from Mr Mike Moore, if you'd like to come forward.
Mike Moore, 31 Quarry Ramble, Edgewater. My questions relate to the housing strategy that's going up for consultation, I believe, tomorrow, and the document that's been forwarded to various RAs in the city. Lots of questions I'd like to ask about it, but I'd have to limit myself to 2, unfortunately. The first one relates to the high, medium and low density classifications. Do they correspond with the classifications within the R codes?
Thank you. We'll go to Director Lavery or the Manager for Planning. So Director Lavery.
Thank you. Through you, Presiding Member. Thank you for the question. I don't have the information with me tonight that corresponds with that. From my recollection, the low, medium and density housing typologies that are referenced in the materials that are used for the strategy does align with what's in the R codes, but I'm happy to take that on notice and to contact you about that directly.
Okay, second question. There's fairly specific sort of dwelling yields given in the document, which can only have been done if they've actually been through and allocated codes within each of the areas for each of the three alternatives. You're probably going to have to take this question on notice as well. Does that mean that we're getting blanket coding again, like we did with the HOAs, sort of where areas will be mostly one coding, e.g. R40? In fact, is it going to be R40, the medium?
Thank you. Director Lavery. Or Ms Temple.
Thank you, through you,
Thank you.
Presiding Member. So the consultants have developed three options for density that could fall in a range that does include R40 up to R60. It's important to note that the options that have been presented are conceptual, so it's not setting anything in stone. I think once Council agrees to endorse a preferred option, at that point in time that might give a little bit more certainty around the extent of the R coding. And so I think what would probably be a good thing to do is, once the maps are available and the consultation materials will be available tomorrow, that should give a little bit more clarity to you in terms of the three different options that have been presented and the extent of change that they're proposing. More than happy for you to touch base with us if you've got any questions around that, and if there's any other information that we can provide, I'm more than happy to do that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Moore. We've reached the end of our public register. Is there anyone from the gallery who wishes to ask a question? Yes, the man on this side, if you'd like to come forward. And if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Peter Merritt, 7 Lavanzo Way in Sorrento. In part of my research into looking at the developments in Delos Way, which you debated here some time ago and ultimately was overruled by the State Planning Commission, and a similar debate is going to be held tonight, and I suspect a similar outcome. I looked at when we went to the State Planning Commission, there was quite a bit of reference to the state government's plans for the Hillary Boat Harbour. And I dug around on the internet the other day and found a plan that involved a T-junction being put in with lights with access to the boat harbour. Basically, who manages that? Is that still the plan, and is there plans for that to go ahead?
Thank you. Go to Director Claassen.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, that question is most probably best posed to the Department of Transport or Department of, I think it's Transport and Major Infrastructure, their new name. That's part of the long-term master plan. There's been discussions held with the city in the past in terms of what potential options there might be to improve access to the Hillary's Boat Harbour, but no firm and final decision has been made on that with the city's involvement.
Second question, if I may.
Yes.
Apologies if this has been asked before. The City of Stirling up to Beach Street along West Coast Drive is 40 kilometres an hour. From Beach Street north, it's 50, essentially in the Joondalup city. Is there any plans to wind that back to 40 as well?
Thank you. Director Claassen.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr Mayor. Speed limits are set by Main Roads WA, and part of that assessment requires the road environment that supports lower speed limits. This council has made a formal decision that our coastal roads adjacent to the coastal road be a maximum of 50 kilometres per hour, and we are progressively working towards making changes and improvements to the road network to support that. That will enable us to apply to main roads to reconsider the speed limit. So currently there are no plans to reduce that to 40 kilometres per hour as you've requested.
Can I have a supplementary question to that?
I'm sorry, unfortunately our local law limits us at 2, but if you write into the administration we can answer it. So if you write to my email, we can provide answers to you there. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the gallery? Mr. Sideris at the back.
Thank you. Mitch Sideris, Page Drive, Mullaloo. In response to one of the questions that I submitted for tonight's meeting, it states that the information cannot be provided at this stage. It was response to question 4. Can I ask that the response to that question be taken on notice so that the information can be provided?
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. Director Claassen, if you would like to
Request
take that one.
noted, Mr. Mayor, and I will take it on notice.
Thank you. Mr. Sideris.
So that's a yes, and that's not
Yes.
my second question. In response to question 3, I think, where I asked for a breakdown of the NEMA project for the $1.2 million, and there are a number of sub-projects identified. The response indicates that a breakdown of the funding request cannot be provided. In order to marry up with the city's vision on being open, accountable and transparent, can the city provide me a copy of the business case that was submitted to that NEMA grant?
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. Director Claassen.
Mr. Mayor, there is no business case that's submitted to the NEMA grant. There's a funding application that was submitted to that, and that was reported in detail to Council at its meeting held on the 13th of December 2022, item CJ211, on that item that provides the detail that is in that funding application.
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. I've received 2 further interest declarations. The first one is from the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Aftis. It's for item 11.3 relating to the petition. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as the lead petitioner is known to him. I've received a further declaration of interest from Councillor Fishwick. It's also for item 11.3, the petition. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as the lead petitioner is known to him. Returning then to public questions, are there any other questions from the gallery? No? Thank you. In that case, I declare public question time closed, and we'll then move to public statement time. There is a set of procedures relating to public statement time, and I request that you follow my direction at all times. You are able to make a statement for up to 2 minutes, and your statement should be directed to myself as the chair and be polite and respectful. No questions or discussion will occur at the end of the statement. We currently also keep a register for those people who wish to make public statements. There's a number of items, a mix of different items, so I'll try and rotate them through so different topics get heard at tonight's meeting. We usually only have time to do about 7 items, but we have about 7 statements, so if everyone keeps the 2 minutes, we'll be able to hopefully do everyone. So in that case, I'll ask first for Mr. Stephen Brown to come forward. If you could state your name and address, and then your 2-minute statement.
Mr Mayor, councillors, the mixed-use site at 35 Martinique Mews in Hillarys is the subject of my submission. The mixed-use site is bound by Martinique Mews and Coss Link. Both are typical 6-metre wide residential local distributor roads. They are about the same width as a normal double garage. Main Roads Department defines the function of local distributors as, quote, only carries traffic belonging to or serving the area. The department also discourages trucks on local distributors, but permits them preferably only to service properties, that is, rubbish trucks or, say, furniture deliveries. The proposed grocer will be regularly restocked by 12.5 metre long heavy rigid trucks. You'll not be able to manoeuvre one of those trucks in one half of your 6 metre wide garage. The swept path analysis demonstrates that these trucks cannot be safely manoeuvred in one half of a 6 metre wide road either. Heavy rigids need both sides of the road to manoeuvre into and out of the building. It is unworkable and beyond dangerous. Statewide government policies intended to ensure our residential streets are safe for all users are being thrown out the window. This is not orderly and proper planning. I request that the following reason for refusal be added. The surrounding residential streets are not fit for purpose for the intensive commercial use by trucks. Such use is not only dangerous, but inconsistent with both the design of these streets and the purpose of local distributors defined in Main Roads Department's hierarchy of roads. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. The next person on tonight's register is Sue North, if you'd like to come forward. And as usual, if you're able to state your name and address and then move to your statement.
Sue North, 47 Parkwood Avenue, Woodvale. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Tonight I'd like to speak in support of item 16.1, the motion from Councillor Joondalup. Mis and disinformation are increasing at a really alarming rate in our society, and it often shapes public perception long before the facts catch up. In local government, where trust and transparency are critical, the impact of this can be significant. Local governments, their administrations and their elected officials need strong proactive strategies to address this. Elected members require approaches and protections that respond to the abundance of mis and disinformation on social media and in community forums. Indeed, all of us need to improve our skills in recognising how false narratives form, why they spread, and how we respond effectively. This isn't about policing what people say, it's very much about strengthening democratic resilience. When elected and community members are able to identify misleading claims, clearly communicate accurate information, and engage constructively with each other, the whole community benefits. Projects progress more smoothly, debate becomes more respectful and informed, and trust in local government decisions will grow. I believe that this motion is important to support. It helps to equip elected members with the ability to protect the integrity of community conversations. It improves community cohesion, and it ensures that decisions are shaped by facts rather than fear and confusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. North. The next person on tonight's on our statement list is Ms. Cheryl Edwards. I'd also like to acknowledge Cheryl Edwards, who is one of the freemen of the City of Joondalup. So if you'd like to come forward and give your statement.
Mr Mayor and Councillors, Cheryl Edwards, 8 Oahu Gardens, Hillary's. I'm here tonight with residents from the Hillary's Harbour Rise community, of which I am also a member. We would like to thank the Council for supporting the residents in their opposition to the proposed development at 35 Martinique Mews. The proposed development in its current form should be refused by the WAPC. The development does not comply with the objectives of the Hillary Structure Plan and is more aligned with a high-density centre. This is at odds with the site context and its status as a local centre in the activity centre hierarchy. More specifically, the height, bulk, scale, plot ratio, car parking provision and lack of acceptable pedestrian amenity combine to produce a development that is manifestly inappropriate and inconsistent with the statutory and strategic planning framework. Approval would undermine the orderly and proper planning of the locality. It will not be sufficient for the WAPC to say that the Hillary Structure Plan is out of date. They renewed it only last year for 3 years and therefore, and in accordance with legal precedent, remains a document that is needed to be taken into account. For these reasons, the application must be refused and we again thank you for your support of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Edwards. The next person on tonight's agenda is Mark Hendon, if you'd like to come forward.
Good evening, my name's Mark Hendon. I'm a resident at 8 Martinique Mews in Hillary's. I bought into the area and into that street and was the second house that was built in the street. I bought in under very strict caveats that were from this council. The caveats included the incline of my roof, which had to be changed by 1 degree. So it was very strict the way it was done. The types of, the colour palette, the types of roofing, the size of your fence, everything. And included in that was a statement that the block at 35 Martinique Mews was going to be for a mixed-use site, a maximum of 3 stories. It was definitely not a tower development, is how it was sold to me, and it was how it was sold to other residents. So I want to remind you that that was the caveats that were put on to me. Everything that we do, including the hinges on door frames on the outside of the houses, was also part of those caveats. So when you have strict caveats in place and someone decides that they're not going to listen to what was in place, I think that says that we need to send a very strong word. The other part of that I'd like to bring up for 12.2 is that I have to have a double garage for 2 cars to park outside, and the space in front of my house is for visitor parking. If you drive down that street, there is very little visitor parking. So the development has a shortfall of parking spaces to start with. The overflow has to go into the local residents. So I think it needs a really big no from the council. And we need to do everything we can outside of the council to put pressure on other politicians as well. But we appreciate your support and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Hendon. The next person on tonight's agenda, the writing's rather hard to read. I think it says Peter Wolk. I think I've gotten that quite wrong.
No, well, yeah, it's actually Phil Woke, but I'll forgive you for that.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'd also like to, so basically I'm at 36-0 Crescent in Hillary's.
Yep.
And
and just before we begin, can you just say your name?
Philip Woke.
Philip, sorry.
Yeah,
thank you, I wasn't quite there. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm also speaking about the development at Martinique Mews. My concern is similar to the previous speaker, which is the street parking facilities for residents there. There, as has been previously noted, there is a shortfall on available parking for the proposal, which would overflow onto residential streets and further sort of exacerbate the problem that we currently have. So I would also commend the council for voting against this particular proposal, and thank you for your support in that space.
Thank you. The next person on our register is Sam Brond.
Good evening, Sam Brond, 7 Cooper Close in Belden. The issue I'd like to discuss tonight is regarding a petition to change local parking laws, allowing the storage of caravans, campers and boats on the verges of properties. I have a few reasons why I don't think this should be approved, and if anything, I'd actually like to propose a more proactive approach to enforcing it, because at the moment it's only ever enforced if someone complains. The main one being obstructed vision, caravans, boats, that can be all sizes and shapes and be quite a large obstruction. I believe this could affect public safety. If you are driving down a street and a kid runs out from the back of a caravan, you increase the risk of an accident. Also, it could increase the degradation of verges. So you often see if one hasn't been moved for a long period of time, you'll see high growth of weeds. The sand could be churned up. It could just be a general eyesore. I believe it could also increase the risk of opportunity to theft and vandalism in the area, compared to having these items stored behind closed gates or in the rear of a property. Some of these caravans, boats could be 50 to 100 grand. Having those sitting on a verge could definitely increase the risk of theft in the area. A general reduction of street appeal, so aside from the weeds and general verge degradation, just the sight of a whole street lined with caravans, campers, box trailers, whatever people want to put on their verge, could definitely affect the sightliness of the street. At the moment, it's only here and there, but if it was approved, there's nothing stopping from every single house having a caravan or a boat parked out the front of it. The problem really stems from just the attitude of people purchasing recreational items that exceeds the capacity of their property. Realistically, if you can't store it on your property, you shouldn't be purchasing it in the first place. And I don't think the laws should be changed to allow for that. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Sue Boylan.
Good evening. Susan Boylan, 52 Key West Drive, Mullaloo. I've been following with growing frustration the lack of available information from Development WA and the Joondalup Council on the various development milestones for the Ocean Reef Marina. There are fact pages and glossy pictures, but there's almost none of the specific information in regards to any monitoring done for environmental protections. I did contact the council in regards to the abalone surveys. Within a few weeks of my email, they were indeed on the DEWA website, and so were the results for 22, 23 and 24. They had not been there previously. But they are the only ones. There's a plethora of monitoring requirements for environmental impacts, which supposedly the cornerstone of the EPA's approval of this development. The plans are there, but the results are not. In previous years, questions asked of the council about the Ocean Reef Marina were quickly deflected to DEWA. However, it clearly states on the website, and I quote, "Ocean Reef Marina is being developed by DEWA in partnership with the City of Joondalup." If the council is in fact in partnership with its development, then I would ask that they start asking for these reports on environmental impacts and publishing these reports on the website so that the public and the council can assure that the necessary environmental monitoring is being done. With this housing development release land mid-2026, we have no idea how this is going to unfold. What constraints will be placed on the things like cat ownership in a bush forever setting and the use of fertilisers and pesticides? How will we know if there's been a breach of environmental controls? So far, only when there's been an obvious problem, such as the sludge on Mullaloo Beach, was there an investigation. It was deemed not to be caused by the development. However, there was an interesting footnote to the findings, and I quote, "This study was not able to determine if reduced water currents around the redeveloped marina help create the conditions for algal blooms. Further information and data will be needed to investigate this." Where is this further data? Have they continued to monitor regularly the impacts of this development? At present, there's no way of knowing. I would ask that the council become more visible in the next stage of this development to ensure that the supposed world-class environmental constraints are adhered to and that any reports on environmental monitoring are readily available. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boylan. The last person on tonight's register is Mr. Mike Moore.
Okay, it's the housing consultation again. I only received copies of the document today from two parties that had received the document formally. I've skimmed read it and I've read it properly 2 times and I'm finding it difficult to understand what it actually means. Now, I've got a background in architecture and planning, so I've got a bit of a chance of understanding this document. I don't know how many of you councillors have had the opportunity to read it properly and whether you can honestly put your hand up and say that you understand what it means. I doubt it, to be honest. What chance have the community got of understanding this document when it goes out to consultation? To me, that's going to make the consultation meaningless. It won't have any import at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. There's probably time for one last statement from the gallery, given there was a number of people who didn't use their full 2 minutes. Ms. Hewitt at the back.
Beth Hewitt, speaking on behalf of Edgewater Residents Association. We have seen the 3 options in the local housing policy consultation that is coming out. We have seen the areas that have red for high density, orange for medium density, and yellow for low. But these are not helpful pieces of information. There is no indication what level high density actually will be. Is it 10 stories, 20, 200? The R codes have changed significantly since the HOAs first came out. And many ordinary people would not know what these changes are or that they've occurred. They might think that medium remains like we have, duplexes and triplexes, but that's no longer the case. You guys know it, the public doesn't. Yet we're going to be asked, do we want red, orange, yellow, here, there, again? It feels like this is a missed opportunity to provide clear information to the public before asking them how they feel about the proposed changes. I'd hope you have done better than this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. And Ms. Hewitt, just for the record, I've just got to get your address.
Woodview Court, Edgewater.
Thank you, I know. The next item for tonight's, I declare public statement time closed. The next item for tonight's agenda is apologies and leaves of absence. We have 2 that have been previously approved. Does anyone else wish to seek a leave of absence this time? Oh, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From the 9th to the 13th of March, please.
Are there any other councillors seeking a leave of absence? No. In that case, could I get a mover for the motion? Moved Councillor Mercer, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Mercer, do you have any? Councillor O'Neill, any comments? No. In that case, if there's any last comments from council members? No, we'll go straight to a vote then. Could I have a show of hands of those who are in favour of the motion? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to the next item on tonight's agenda, the confirmation of minutes. I'll seek a mover and a seconder of the motion. I'm willing to move. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Chester. I don't have anything to add to this item. Councillor Chester?
Neither do I, thank you.
Thank you. Any comments on the minutes? No? In that case, again, we'll go to a vote. If I could have a show of hands of those in favour of the item. Thank you, and that carries unanimously. That brings us to the next item on tonight's agenda, which is announcements by the presiding member without discussion. So tonight, I'd like to formally acknowledge the service to the city of James Pearson, who will conclude his 5-year tenure as CEO of the city this Friday. James has led the city through a period of increased complexity and change. During his time as CEO, he strengthened the city's governance and corporate performance frameworks and oversaw major organisational improvements, including digitalisation, modernisation of internal processes. From the start, James's commitment to the success of the city has been clear. He's played a key role in advancing Joondalup as a strategic metropolitan centre, deepening partnerships with business, education, community sectors, and also with community leaders and elected members. He has cemented excellent relationships with state and federal governments. He has initiated and supported projects and events and activations that will benefit our community for years to come. He's guided the city through challenges, including the COVID-19 shutdowns and cost of living increases and inflation challenges, and including many changes on the council here, including the election of new councillors and a new mayor. James has always maintained a steadied and principled professional approach, and his leadership has reinforced the city's reputation for strong governance and strategic focus. And I think it's always sometimes easier to say goodbye to someone than it is thank you, is that for James, we all look at the skills that he's brought to the city and the things that he's managed to do, and we look at the things that are always outward. But James is the CEO. This is why I say it's always harder to say thank you to individuals. We see the things openly, and when somebody's gone, those things that we see openly, they're the things we often miss. But to say thank you to someone is harder because there's so many things that somebody does behind the scenes. And seeing James operate as the CEO for my 4 months as the new mayor of the city of Joondalup, I've seen he's somebody who across the organisation has gone through to try and encourage the staff, encourage the people around him, and show leadership in small things, not just larger projects for the city, not just outward strategic goals, but the small relationships and building those relationships. And for the period of time in which I've had a close relationship with him the last 4 months. I've benefited from his wisdom and his advice, and I've been very thankful for his support that he's been able to give me. So on behalf of the council, I thank James for his leadership of the organisation, his support of the elected members, and his dedication to our community. As James himself would say to others who matter to us, he's a great friend of our city, and I wish him well in wherever life takes him. Thank you, James. Thank you. I'd also like to take this opportunity tonight to recognise the contribution of Nige Jones, who resigned from the Joondalup Council as of last Sunday, the 22nd of February. Nige served the Joondalup community since his election to council in 2015, and we acknowledge his commitment to representing the interests of the North Central Ward residents and the wider community. On a different note, the Joondalup Festival returns in 2026 with one of the most exciting and diverse programs ever delivered. This year's festival will be running from March 7 to the 22nd and features a vibrant mix of music, performance, visual arts, large-scale installations, and family-friendly activities. Program highlights include Aquaforte Parade, a dazzling spectacle of water, fire, and art at Hillary's Boat Harbour, and A Day with David, a major exhibition at the Joondalup Contemporary Art Gallery, showcasing extraordinary images that capture the untold story of David Bowie's most mysterious album. Full details, ticketing information, and updates can be found at joondalupfestival.com.au and via Joondalup Festival's social media channels. I encourage residents and visitors to explore the program and take part in what promises to be another outstanding celebration of culture, community, creativity in the city of Joondalup. Joondalup Festival is supported by major partners, the WA Government through Tourism Western Australia's Metro Events Program, the Department of Transport, and the Major Infrastructure and Lottery West. Thank you. That brings us to item 10, which is identification of matters for which the meeting may be closed to the public. There are 4 confidential reports, and there's also 3 reports with confidential attachments. When we withdraw items for discussion, I will ask elected members if there's elements of those items with confidential attachments, whether they wish to refer to confidential attachments or not. So at this stage, the items that will be dealt with behind closed doors will be item 12.5, status of legal actions report, item 12.6, nomination for Freeman of the City of Joondalup, item 12.10, strategic community group, reference group, appointment of community representatives, item 12.18, confidential tender for maintenance of Sorrento Beach South and Central Groins, item 14.1, confidential appointment of an acting chief executive officer. So just to preempt the question, do any elected members intend to discuss the confidential attachments to item 12.17, which is the supply, delivery, and installation of turf, or item 12.19, the provision of mechanical services, maintenance, and new works to the value of $50,000? No? Thank you. In that case, I'll need to have a motion to change the order of business. So I'm willing to propose. This just means that we don't have to close the doors to the public at different times during the meeting. We'll move all the confidential items to the end of tonight's agenda. I'm willing to move. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Mercer. I don't wish to speak to it, Councillor Mercer. Any comments from Councillor Hill?
Yes, I'd just like to check item 15.1 is also listed as a confidential item. Just want to make sure that we're covered on that one. Thank you.
So item 15.1, the urgent business item?
Yes.
Yep.
I don't think you referred to it in the confidentials as a confidential item. Thank you.
There's also 14. Yep. Can we add, we'll have to do it as an amendment because we've removed the item. Okay. Sorry? We'll go to Ms. Bergman for advice on your point. Ms. Bergman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So item 15.1 has to first be accepted by the council as urgent business. So when we get to item 15, once that council has accepted that item, is then when we'll have another motion to move that along to the end with all the rest of the confidential items.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Any further comments? No, in that case, we'll go to a vote on changing the order of business. We'll do this by show of hands as well. Could I have those all in favour of the motion? Thank you, and that carries unanimously. Okay, the next item on tonight's agenda is petitions. Have we received any additional petitions from elected members? No? As per the presentation of petitions protocol the petitions presented at tonight's council meeting will be received and checked for validity in accordance with clause 511(1) of the city's meeting procedures local law and included in next month's council agenda. So those petitions are 11.1, which is requesting the city to undertake a formal traffic and road assessment at Hodges Drive and Constellation Drive. The next is for the petition relating to requesting the city to review the parking local law. So that's 11.2 and 11.3, which is in relation to the review of the proposed development at Hillary's Harbour Rise. I'm willing to move this item. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Vinciulo. I'll just say briefly about this because I know there was a man in the public gallery who was concerned about the council making a decision in relation to the changes to the parking local law. So the motion tonight is for the council just to receive those petitions. The council doesn't act on those petitions until they formally come back from the administration with a response. So that could be a couple of months' time depending on the complexity of the petition. So no action tonight will be taken. It's just receiving the petition, acknowledging that we have received a petition with that number of signatures. Councillor Vinciulo, as the seconder, is there anything you wish to add?
Thank you. Through you, nothing to add. I think we'll address most of it in 12.2.
Thank you. Any further comments on the item for petitions? Councillor Hutton.
I just have one question in regards to the process. Is there currently a minimum required number of signatures to get a petition submitted?
I believe there is. We'll go to Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, 5.11 of the meeting procedures local law sets out the requirements for a petition, and that does require, with regard to signatories, that it be made by at least 25 electors in the district.
Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I'll just make a general comment, which is I have no objection to any of these petitions being received, but my concern would be if everyone took this line of action and 25 signatures were approved. It's general practice of the council to accept the petitions and refer them. I do have concern about that number being particularly low, but happy to support them as is.
Yep. Any further comments on the petitions being received at tonight's meeting? Any comments? No, in that case, I'll just close by just responding to Councillor Hutton's comments. I think whenever the community petitions, I think we need to listen. 25 signatures for some big things across the city might not seem much, but 25 might be equal to the number of ratepayers in a street that are being affected by capital work. So I think 25 is probably an acceptable threshold. It doesn't, and most people don't petition the local government. So I don't think we've had a problem with the influx at this time, especially when we've transitioned now to online petitions. I don't think it's causing an onerous or burdensome level of work at this time. In that case, we can then vote on the item. I think we'll do this one on the screens. Thank you. If you could all vote on the screens, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. That brings us to the report section of tonight's agenda. So what I will do is I will start with Councillor Vinciulo, and we'll go anti-clockwise around the room. If you'd like to withdraw the items.
12.2, thank you.
12.2. Any other items? You've got your motion at 16.1.
Yeah, 16.1, the norm, thanks.
Councillor Chester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing from me this evening, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 12.3.
12.12 and 12.13. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fishwick.
None, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 12.9. And 12.6.
2.6. Thank you.
Thank you.
As for myself, I will be withdrawing item 1210, which is the Strategic Community Reference Group nominations, 14.1, which is the appointment of the Acting Chief Executive, and we'll also be doing an item of urgent business as well, but we'll come to that when we get there. Councillor Hill.
None, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. In addition to what's already been pulled out, 12.1, please, and 12.8. And I believe, yeah, the rest have already been pulled out.
Thank you. Councillor Mercer.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor May.
None for me, thank you.
Councillor Pizzey.
None for me tonight, but I do need to make a declaration of impartiality interest. Should I do that now or when the item comes up?
Now's probably preferable.
Now?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Just impartiality for 12.10 for people who have submitted known to me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do you have the form for the paperwork?
Yep.
Yep, that's good. Thank you. Thank you. And I will also be withdrawing item 1216, which is the mid-year review, as that requires an absolute majority. Yep. In that case, we'll move to the... Councillor Count. Sorry, I nearly missed you there on the corner.
No, that's okay. Everything I'd like to speak on has been pulled out. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all right. In that case, the first item we'll begin with is item 12.1, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a few questions, if I may, to begin with.
Sorry, Councillor Hutton, you'll need to move the item.
Yep, happy to move it.
Move. I'm willing to second. Councillor Hutton, when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. My question refers to attachment 2 from the items, where we obviously have a list of subdivision applications, those supported and not supported. I'm just curious if there is more levels of information that can be made available to elected members in regards to each individual application, particularly around subdivisions and whether or not those subdivisions are Battle Act subdivisions versus, I guess, side-by-side subdivisions. Is that information that is collected, and is that information that can be made available to elected members?
Go to Director Lavery.
Pass this to the Manager of Planning.
Thank you. We'll go to the Manager for Planning.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The information's certainly available. I'm just not sure how we might present that to elected members in an appropriate format, so I might take that on notice and perhaps touch base with you offline to discuss how we might be able to provide that.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. Referring to the same table, I note property at 74 Dampier Avenue, Mullaloo, that was not supported for 2 strata residential lots. Do we have any information around the grounds for that to not be accepted?
Go to the Manager for Planning.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have the information with me. Typically, with residential subdivisions, when the city officers recommend not to support the proposal, it's because there's an issue with a house that's being retained being unable to meet the requirements of the residential design codes, and that hasn't been demonstrated through the application, but happy to take that on notice and confirm that information back to you on that particular proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. And again, as part of that investigation, my follow-on questions were going to be basically around whether or not lot size and lot type had an effect. Obviously noting that the lot in question is over 700 square metres, but my understanding is that there's a difference in corner lots versus standard lots, so I'm just wondering if that came into play, and hopefully you can provide that information with your response. And I'm also interested to understand now, or as part of your feedback later, whether or not there's any work that the city has considered doing to allow wide lots to be subdivided with an incentive similar to corner lots that would align with the desire to have lots which have street frontage as opposed to battle axe lots.
Manager for Planning.
Thank you, through you, presiding member. Look, I'll take the bulk of the question on notice. I think what I can say is in the context of subdivision approvals and lot sizes, subdivision approval is based on the density that's afforded to a lot, and so irrespective of the configuration of the lot and if it's a rectangle, a square shape or an odd shape, there's been many instances where approval has been granted by the Western Australian Planning Commission simply because the metrics fit in with the planning framework. But happy to take the balance of that question on notice and to provide some more information to you with the other questions as well.
Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just make a general comment. Obviously, I think here we're effectively, are we noting? I'm just trying to look at the wording on the screen. Doesn't actually state. I'm just going to my right.
It's missing the first part, but in the written agenda it says the council notes the determination and recommendations.
You know, that's fine. So I just wanted to clarify that before I said that. Obviously, we're noting this. I do think, obviously, as a city, we're all aware that housing, the supply of housing is a major issue across Australia. And as a councillor, I would just like to see what we can do to enable what I would describe as gentle density. And for me, gentle density is where there are opportunities to provide subdivisions and lots that are side by side as opposed to sort of battle axe subdivisions, and I think there's ample opportunity. So obviously that's my line of questioning around. I'm aware of instances where a lot has been rejected for subdivision application because it's not a corner lot, even though it is a wide lot. So again, I just think as a city we need to focus on all opportunities possible. I am aware there's obviously a review coming, but again, I'm strongly in support of, where possible, providing gentle density across the whole city, as opposed to picking specific areas where we want to see I guess what I would describe as potential overdevelopment. So that was the reason for the line of question, but I look forward to hearing the feedback and response from the administration.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I'll reserve my right on the item, but does anyone else wish to comment? No? In that case, we'll go straight to a vote. If we can then vote on the screens, please. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. That brings us to item 12.2. Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to move it.
Thank you. Could I get a seconder? Councillor Count. Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you, through you. Before I make a statement, I've just got a few clarity questions. Through the chair, could the administration confirm what opportunities remain for community input as this proposal progresses through the statutory planning process?
Thank you. And we'll go to Ms Temple.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. The formal consultation period that the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage had open has now closed, and so the opportunity for people to make formal comments on the set of plans that are currently before us has now finished. In the event that there are amended plans required, and I don't know if that will happen with this particular application, but in the event that amended plans were submitted and the Department of Planning considered that further consultation was necessary, then there would be an opportunity through that process for people to be able to comment. In the event that that's not the case and we end up with a situation where the proposal is being put to the Western Australian Planning Commission to make a decision, there's an opportunity through that process for members of the public to be able to make a presentation, either verbally or in writing, prior to the Commission considering that proposal at the meeting.
Thank you. And can the administration outline how the proposal has been assessed against the city's adopted planning framework and coastal development objectives?
Thank you. Manager for Planning.
Thank you, through you, presiding member. So the city, in assessing the application, we have obtained feedback from a number of business units across the organisation. So there was obviously some technical reports that were provided in terms of traffic, waste, and the like, and so we obtain technical feedback. The city then goes through and assesses the plans and information against the planning framework, and so that's looking at the Hillary structure plan, the provisions of our local planning scheme that apply, and any relevant local planning policies.
Thank you. For further clarity, can the administration confirm the respective role of council and the state in the determination of developments of this nature?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. The role of council in this type of application is to provide a recommendation to the Western Australian Planning Commission to consider in its determination of the proposal. So this particular application has been submitted under the Part 11B pathway, which is a permanent pathway that was established by the state government to deal with significant development applications that exceed $20 million in value, I believe. And those applications are determined by the Commission, and so the Commission has set up a special unit called the Significant Development Assessment Unit, or SDAU for short, and those officers are tasked with going through the assessment process and preparing the report. They undertake the consultation through that, and then they present the report to the Commission for consideration. The role that the city plays is as a referral agency, and so our role is purely to assess it against our planning framework. As I say, we get technical feedback from our in-house technical staff, and we consolidate that. We prepare a report that we put to council for council to provide an endorsed submission back and recommendation back to the Commission.
Councillor Joondalup.
Thank you. Just one final question before I make a statement. A lot of community sentiment and concern is centred around street size or street measurements, and in particular the concerns around parking and parking shortfalls. Could the city please elaborate further in relation to those concerns?
Thank you. Manager for Planning.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. In respect to the road hierarchy, the city's technical officers that specialise in traffic have assessed the application and are generally comfortable that, I guess, in terms of issues with accessibility and manoeuvring and those sorts of things, could be dealt with through a condition of approval if the application was to be approved by the department. And so there is a condition that's been recommended in the attachment for the without prejudice conditions. In respect to the concerns about the parking, the officer's report obviously notes that there is a shortfall of parking, that there is some concern in addition to the proposed on-street bays that are 90 degree on Martinique Mews, and so that would essentially have vehicles reversing out into traffic that we consider to be unsafe. The officer's report does note that we consider the parking shortfall is too much, it's too great for that site, and that is one of the reasons for refusal. And so there is a reason, I think it's 1.1.7, that talks about the on-site parking shortfall for the commercial development, and then built into 1.1.6 is where it talks about the parking shortfall, and that's more specifically aimed at the residential visitor parking.
Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, tonight's decision is not a referendum of whether development should occur in Hillary's. Development of some sort will occur, and our coastal centres will continue to evolve, and thoughtful investment will play an important role in supporting a vibrant, livable and economically sustainable city. I acknowledge that many residents are seeking opportunities to downsize while remaining within their local community, increasing housing diversity and enabling people to remain connected to their neighbourhoods are important objectives and ones that I support. I also acknowledge that Council has received a petition signed by 171 local residents requesting the City review the proposed development of Martinique Mews and Harbour Rise, Hillary's, and oppose the current development plan. The level of community engagement reflected in that petition demonstrates how strongly residents care about the future character and planning outcomes of our coastline and local neighbourhoods. I've consistently supported investment and activation with our city, including thoughtful redevelopment opportunities that strengthen local centres. However, support for development must always be matched by alignment with the planning framework adopted by this council and the state. Planning frameworks exist to provide certainty for residents, investors and proponents alike. They provide clarity about where growth should occur, the scale at which it should occur, and how development integrates with surrounding communities. The officer report before us is a comprehensive and makes very clear that while this proposal contains positive elements, such as landscaping outcomes and sustainability initiatives and additional housing supply, the overall scale, bulk and intensity of the development far exceed what is currently contemplated for this site under the Hillary Structure Plan, Local Planning Scheme number 3, State Planning Policy 4.2 that we all know so well. Our responsibility is not simply to approve development, but to ensure the right development occurs in the right place at the right scale at the right time. Significant shifts in density should occur through transparent strategic planning processes informed by community engagement and supported by updated infrastructure and activity centre planning, not through individual approvals that move ahead of the agreed frameworks. For these reasons, and consistent with the City's professional planning advice, I support the recommendations before Council, and I strongly encourage Council's position to not support it in its current form. I implore you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Counters, the seconder.
Yes, I'd just like to mention a statement basically around trust. This Martinique development presented to Council ignores so many aspects of our city's planning. It would be prudent not to approve it, for if we do, it signals that developers can completely ignore the guidelines we spend significant time and finances in order to outline the type of city that the community desires. While I do support the need for urban infill, I can't support this particular project that essentially deems our city planning irrelevant. As a city, we are not at all unsupportive of high-rise. Zoning and activity centres designed for almost unlimited height buildings are already allocated and actively encouraged in our city centre. Ultimately, I would rather see developers go through the process of consulting and requesting the city look at first rezoning areas they see as potential sites. I think it's fair to say we're not always inflexible with such propositions, and this would at least bring the community on the journey with consultations, traffic estimations, and environmental changes taken into account with such structure plan changes. But more importantly, show that the structure plan can still be respected even when modified with correct process and due regard. Buying a home is often one of the biggest financial purchases made by residents, with zoning and amenities often factored in their decisions. Having those expectations blatantly disregarded and then potentially approved by council would erode trust in what a resident assumed can or cannot potentially be built in their surrounding area. In order to keep such trust, I recommend the council should not be supporting this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Any further questions, statements? Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question for you before I make a statement. Question for you to the Planning Director or relevant officer. How much weight does the WAPC place on the applicable local government's objection to a DA?
Thank you. I think if we just answer in terms of the legislative requirements as far as our role, not speculate about how they make their decisions. We'll go to the Manager for Planning.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor. The Planning Commission will give weight to the decision. There's no particular percentage of weight. It's one of the many factors that they will weigh up in their decision making.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you. I'll just make a statement. We've heard a lot about the planning violations, so to speak, the ignoring of the structure plan and the city's planning regulations on this, but there's a couple of things, and the report it's a very good report, and I thank the team for putting it together. There's a couple of things that stood out to me. First of all, they made reference to one bus route, the 423 bus route, which is 250 metres away, as a mitigant for a lack of parking. That can't really be a mitigant for a lack of parking. A single bus route just doesn't really fly as saying, well, we don't have enough parking, so there's one bus that's 250 metres away. There are areas in the city where there is a high number of bus routes that go past a single location. Two examples are Whitford's Ave east of Marmion Ave, where all the buses feed down Whitford's Ave to get to the train station, as well as similar to Warwick Road. Even Joondalup CBD, very good access to public transport, so you could probably mitigate some lack of parking in those locations. It also notes that Hillary's Marina has parking which can be used for overflow. There's two problems with that. During summer and much of autumn and spring, every weekend the car park at Hillary's Marina is full. I know because I get my hair cut down there and it's always full. Hillary's Marina is actually, from my understanding, the second most visited tourist attraction in Perth outside of Kings Park. So I'm not sure that really flies as a place where you can just direct overflow parking. In terms of appropriate height and scale, I understand there is what residents were told when they built their homes in the area. There was likely to be a 3-storey mixed-use development, similar in scale to the Angove Drive development, which is quite a good development in my view. Personally, I'd be flexible to go a little bit higher, but looking at around 10 stories is a bit much when you combine that with a lack of parking. I think looking at something the size of a similar size and scale to Angove, even though the subject site is larger, you could probably build a larger site of similar height to Angove and it would probably suit the area quite well. I've long said Hillary's Marina itself could do with more residential. There's very little residential. There's a small amount around Aqua where it used to be short stay accommodation where you can have long-term residential now, but having more residential within the actual marina itself would probably be beneficial and add more supply to housing. Generally, I'm supportive of quality apartment and high density development. We need more housing supply and people don't necessarily want to live in a large single detached home. And this should occur within a reasonable height and scale to the area. So potentially around between 3 and 5 stories, I think is probably reasonable. I welcome high density, and the City of Joondalup city centre is designed as the amenity and infrastructure for high density. I encourage people to take a wander around the CBD, and we have a lot of good amenities. Central Park is quite stunning, and that's where we need that density for economic activity, for vibrancy, and as I said, it's designed for that density. So I thank the city for the position that's been taken to council on opposing it, and I encourage everyone to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other further comments or questions? Councillor Pizzey.
Through you, Mayor, just a comment if I may. As a council, we have encouraged development, but development in the right places that are consistent with the character of the area. Development that is appropriately supported by transport and other utilities. As mentioned tonight by fellow councillors, locations like the Joondalup CBD. This location, however, does not support the proposed development, and I will be supporting the city's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzey. Any further comments or questions? No? I'll just make some brief comments. I don't think it's necessary to ask some questions. I'd first like to start off by thanking the residents for all coming out tonight. I know it's a Tuesday night, and thank you coming to tonight's council meeting to represent your community. And a special thank you for Colin and Cheryl Edwards, who have petitioned the local government. And the reason why I say thank you to them is that it's not an easy thing to try and encourage residents on planning matters to have a voice and to have their voice heard during consultation periods. And I know there's been community members who's taken a lot of time out of their weeks to door knock residents, provide brochures, and to try and provide accurate information from the Department of Planning's website about the nature of this proposal and make sure every resident can have an informed choice. This proposal, to me, raises significant questions around statutory and strategic planning, particularly around strategic planning, because in the Joondalup local planning scheme, we've allotted particular areas that are appropriate for development, especially around here in our city centre and other activity centres around Joondalup. However, this activity centre in Hillary's is a local activity centre. It is nowhere near the same significance on the hierarchy for activity centres, and so appropriately it should not have the same bulk and scale that is expected in either a secondary centre, a strategic centre, or a primary centre here in the city centre of Joondalup. What's also missing from the discussion around this development is the question which is usually raised is around transitional density. It's very uncommon to see a development application to be put forward for a building of such height and scale without any transitional density around it. To have this one building, these two buildings, more or less just sticking up in the middle of a suburban area, is completely inconsistent with the surrounding character of the location. And that raises the questions and the challenges around strategic and, as I said, statutory planning. The significant development assessment unit does not need to give complete regard to the City of Joondalup planning frameworks. They're only required to give due regard. They are required to consider carefully what are in our planning documents, but they are not required to follow those. They can depart from them if the statutory planners believe that they have an appropriate case to make. But I agree with the assessment which has been performed by the city's planning officers that this development does not satisfy the requirements under both the Hillary Structure Plan, the Activity Centre's state planning policy, the local government's local planning scheme, and I think it also raises questions in relation to the deemed provisions of the Planning and Development Act itself. Although there can be provisions which they can set aside from planning schemes, and I raised these points at the briefing session itself, Clause 77 relating to parking is not an element which they can set aside given it is part of the legislation itself, although they can apply a discretion to it. However, I see that there are significant issues around this site for parking, and I expect that if this were approved, that there would be a flow-on effect of parking, both relating to the commercial uses and visitor uses for the residential, possibly into the surrounding streets. The council has also tried to be responsive to the concerns that the residents have raised, preemptively as well. The plans which the developer has proposed, although they're not final plans, did include a tavern use. We have tried to preemptively include in our without prejudice conditions a clause to say that a liquor store is not appropriate at this location, is not something that should be approved under the current land use permissibility at that site. However, out of an abundance of caution, we've also recommended to the Commission, if they are of the mind to approve, that this is something that is definitely not appropriate at that site, especially considering the conflicts which liquor uses near coastal sites have previously caused at locations like Mullaloo. So as far as this development, Joondalup does support development in appropriate locations. We are looking out for development to be here in our city centre, and we are very pro-development and looking for investment and actively seeking ways that we can work with state planning to encourage it in the right locations. But in my opinion, is that this location in Hillary's is not appropriate and is not consistent with the strategic planning frameworks, not just the particulars that are in the City of Joondalup local planning scheme, but also to the principles which are articulated by the state government on which that planning scheme is based. So I would say, the state to depart from the City of Joondalup planning scheme would be also departing from the principles which they have asked us to base our plans on. So I'd encourage the council as a whole to support this motion. Thank you. Given that there was no one else who wished to speak to it, I will go to Councillor Vinciullo to close.
Thank you, through you. everything's been said. In closing, I just want to reiterate that this recommendation does not represent opposition to investment, renewal, or housing diversity within Hillary's. Actually, we also have a pro-development Joondalup CBD that's screaming for investment and density. Rather, it reflects Council's responsibility to ensure that development outcomes remain consistent with orderly and proper planning, protecting local amenity, and maintaining confidence in the planning system for all stakeholders. The WA Planning Commission will ultimately determine this application and will consider a broad range of matters, including the numerous community submissions and state planning priorities. Our role tonight is to provide a clear, reasoned and evidence-based position grounded in the adopted planning framework. Supporting orderly planning today ensures confidence in the planning system tomorrow for residents, for investors, and for the long-term future of our city. Please support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vinciulo. I'd ask if we can all vote on the screens, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to the next item on tonight's agenda. That takes us to item 12.3. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the item as written.
Thank you. Could I get a seconder?
Happy to second.
Councillor Chester, thank you. Councillor O'Neill, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank the city for this report. I'll keep it very, very quick. I do support this, and I'd just like to point out and reiterate to everyone that there are no physical changes proposed. The subject land is Crown land, and there'll be no change to the land ownership or the management. So yeah, I won't go on about it anymore. I take it that everyone's read what's been put down for us, and I'd encourage everyone to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chester.
Yes, this is only a minor change, a small change in the actual designation of the land, but importantly, it will facilitate the potential subdivision of the adjoining lot at 39 Stanton Crescent, Greenwood. So I strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. Just got a few questions, if I may. First question is just in general, when it comes to Crown land, what powers does the city actually have? So obviously here at the moment we are transitioning a public access way to a road reserve. Does the city hypothetically have the power to sell a road reserve, to sell a public access way? Does the city at the moment currently offer the ability for people to, I guess, annex, I'm not sure the correct word, a public access way or a road reserve into their property? And what would be the process generally when it comes to Crown land in this instance?
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I'll go to Director Humphrey. I can't see who's indicating. If you can pass the correct director if I've got that wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city has previously entered into a process to sell Crown land or lease it or dispose of it. It's not an easy process. It takes many years and generally requires the city acquiring the Crown land from the Crown in the first instance for the fair value of that land. It's not something that we would necessarily advertise to adjacent residents because it is a very long, complex process, and the state generally don't agree to anything other than a public tender for the disposition of the land.
Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, and just following on from that, so I seen a recent example in another city where someone had encroached on a road reserve with a property, so that the city actually entered an agreement to sell the road reserve to the individual to incorporate as part of the lot at market value. In an instance like this, does the city actually have the power? What would be the process if an individual wanted to purchase Crown land? Do we have that power, or what you're saying is we would first have to purchase it from the Crown, being the state or federal government, and then we would have to unsell it? Is that correct?
I'll take the question, Councillor Hutton, but I'll also give you a warning for relevance. So this is about a particular location and designation of land. So we'll go to the director. but I'll just ask you if your future questions, if you have more, to keep them relevant to the particular portion of the accessway and the processes around that, rather than general procurements and disposal of Crown land. Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the situation is slightly different where there's a long-standing encroachment. While the Crown is exempt from adverse possession laws, there is a history where if the owner can show more than 12 years, I think it is, of successive fencing of the land in question, the Crown will enter into negotiations for that area of land to transfer to the person who has encroached it. But again, it's not a simple process. It's not something that the city has a program of implementing.
Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, thank you. I just make a general comment. Obviously, I'm strongly in favour of us exploring all options when it comes to allowing people to subdivide. I do think as a city, we do have to take a bit of a look when it comes to Crown land, particularly in our older suburbs, and I know this is an example of one. I think the verges, the road reserves, the public access ways are probably excessive to what would be designed in a newer development in your suburb. So I strongly support this, but I would also support the city taking further action to make small changes like this, which may unlock the potential for future subdivisions in a gentle manner. I think this falls into what I would describe as gentle density. So yeah, strongly in support of this, and would strongly be in support of other opportunities to achieve similar outcomes in other parts of the city.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any further comments or questions? Thank you. No. Councillor O'Neill.
Nothing further to add, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. In that case, if we can vote on the screens, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. That brings us to the next item, which will be item 12.8, minutes of council, regional council meetings. Councillor Hutton. Yep.
Happy to move the item.
Thank you. I'm willing to second whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, just want to take this opportunity to provide a brief update on Catalina Regional Council. Obviously, the minutes of the meeting referred to here are from the end of the year. We have had a subsequent meeting, so I'll refer my comments to the minutes as requested by the mayor. Big important point here is that obviously wind-up plan for Q3 2026 continues. Part of that plan has involved negotiating the contract of the CEO. The contract of the CEO is about to expire, but we've went through a process over the last few months to extend the contract to see out the project, which is very, very positive, and the CEO has obviously been very understanding when it's come to those arrangements, and I think it's landed in a very, very good place. But as I say, all going well, Q3 2026, the Catalina Regional Council should be effectively reaching its final stages, and there'll be a few other bits and pieces to tie up towards the end, but we should not be electing another Catalina Regional Council in the future, is the big takeaway from that. All major planning approvals have been secured in Q2 2026. Estate land is to be sold out by Q4 2026, so we're rapidly approaching a point where there'll actually be no land left to sell. 95% complete, that was by the end of last year, so 95% of the whole project complete. And there's also continued to be negotiations around streetscapes and small park developments, and also the activation of further subdivision lots. So I know at a recent meeting there was a discussion about small changes around subdivisions and also the allocation of parks, which is potentially going to result in an additional $1.5 million dividend. Very small changes, but obviously having a large impact, and obviously a share of that, exactly 1/6 will come to the city of Joondalup. So yeah, there's a lot happening, but as I say, everything is being geared towards seeing out the project. The one other big topic of discussion, some of you would know from the minutes, is around the buffer land. There's options being explored around what to do with the buffer land as the end of the project is approached. There is effectively 4 options that are being looked at. One of the options effectively would see the land sold on the market to a private developer. One would see a restricted sale where the land could be sold effectively to one of the CRC member councils. There's also an option to establish a trust for the land going forward. And then the fourth option is to transfer the land to MRC and leave it under the management. Why is all this so important? Because the land in the buffer zone can't be developed now, but it probably will be able to be developed at some point. The question is, when can that be developed? And then there's obviously a big discussion around what the preferred option is. So that's something just to keep on your radar. When more information is available, I'll obviously provide it to the council, and we can hopefully form a position on that important item. But yeah, I think that's everything for now, but I'll do my best to keep the council informed.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I'll reserve my right. Does anyone else wish to comment or ask questions? No, I just want to make a short comment and thank Councillor Hutton for updating the council. I think it's important that our regional council representatives do try and take the opportunity to present to the council meetings and make sure that we're fully informed and ensure that the public also understands that we wish to be transparent with the process. As far as the four options on the land, I'm very wary about the land being transferred to the Mindara Regional Council. I'd only be happy with that option if it were the case that that was not extending the life of that entity. So thank you for presenting, and I hope that we can see the wind up of the Catalina Regional Council as soon as possible. Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks. I'll just comment briefly in light of your comments, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, I've said before in this chamber, I do intend to inform elected members of significant updates from Mindara Regional Council, and I can say that in the minutes referred to the meetings, we haven't made any significant decisions at those meetings, and when we do make significant decisions, I will inform the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further comments or questions? No? I'll go to Councillor Hutton to close.
Nothing to add.
Thank you. In that case, let's go straight to a vote. If you cast your votes on the screen, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed, and the item is carried. Thank you. That brings us to item 12.9, the Strategic Community Reference Group Work Plan. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the alternate that I'd circulated, please.
Thank you. I'm willing to second. Deputy Mayor, when you're ready.
Thank you. Yes, appreciate the effort. I've had discussion around the work plan and the potential for engaging the work plan in the future to involve the SCRG into having some input into the development of our annual budget. Now, I understand from the briefing session that timing would be very short to try and do it in the current year, so the part 3 is a request that the 2027 work plan consider having some input of the SCRG into our annual budget process. So this is putting it to the administration to come up with how that might be done and working through that process. So this is all about getting more community engagement in our budget process and having greater, bringing them along on the journey. We've faced some budgetary issues going forward, and I'd rather have the community involved and giving us some support where we can, an indication of where we need to be focusing. So the SCRG is an important reference group for us, and I would value their what they've put forward to us in the past and look forward to what they could put forward to us in part of the budget process. So I ask you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to make a brief comment on this, I think the Deputy Mayor's proposal to add this to the work programme for the 2027 Strategic Community Reference Groups, I think it is a positive idea. I think it's important that we have more reference points when we're making significant decisions about our finances. Although the budgets are the council is the final decision maker, it is important that we do bring the community along on this journey, and we have reference points to understand where they view, how they view the budgets that we have been creating, and also having an understanding from them what are their priorities and what services do they think are important for us to focus on, especially as we go through a period of having to reprioritise our services across the city and the reality of our financial constraints and the budget parameters which we have set last year in November, where we made a determination that we would freeze our operating expenditure, and then at the same time we would then need to have a rate rise, possibly CPI plus a certain percentage. And that's all so that we can cover our ongoing depreciation costs and expenditure over the long term. And the reason why that is significant for us, the reason why those decisions are so significant and why we need to make sure we have as many reference points as possible is through that process, we will need to look at our service levels and make a prioritization about which ones are important, which ones receive more funding, which ones receive less. And I think having an open forum where we can have representatives from the community and have a cross-section to be able to bounce those ideas off is, I think, a positive approach, and I think something that will help strengthen the budget process. At the moment, we do go to residence groups as far as determining the capital works programs, and I think that's been a helpful initiative in being able to talk to those groups about what they see on the ground as a priority for their suburbs and local areas. I don't see this as particularly different from that process of bringing groups in like the Aluka Homeowners Association, the Edgewater Residents Group, the Belden Residents Association, the Burns Beach Residents Association into the process. I don't see that as that different from finding a cross-section of the community, which we appoint as part of the Strategic Community Reference Group, and then having them assist us in understanding for their communities what are important. So I'd commend the motion to the council. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks. Question, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the terms of reference for Strategic Community Reference Group, and in item 2, status of advice, the SCRG will be advisory only and will not have delegated powers or authority to implement actions or recommendations. Now, I'm just curious about the wording there, and given the commentary that's been given by the mover and the seconder, I'm just seeking some guidance for governance as to whether SRCG is in a position to make recommendations rather than insist on implementing recommendations. There's a subtle difference. Is the SCRG, if discussing this subject, would they be coming up potentially with recommendations? Thank you.
I'll go to the Director, but I've also got some comments on the question. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Councillor Hill. The terms of reference are quite clear, as you refer to, and the Strategic Community Reference Group is advisory only, so it doesn't have those delegated powers and doesn't have the ability to make recommendations, but it can make suggestions that once you get the notes from each of the Community Reference Group meetings, the Council can give consideration to the advice or the thoughts of the Community Reference Group, but is under no obligation to proceed with any of those suggestions or advice that's provided from that group.
Thank you, Director. And to add to it as well, there's nothing in this motion itself which is contrary to the terms of reference. It says quite clearly this is putting it in the work plan similar to any other item that's gone to the Strategic Community Reference Group. It's not this motion itself, as far as the text of it and the governance elements around it, is not seeking to add delegated powers to the Strategic Community Reference Group or give them powers to implement actions or to provide formal recommendations to the Council. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. I was very clear in my question, and I'll just make comments to reinforce that. The commentary from the mover and secondary prior to me speaking implied that the SCRG would be able to express preferences, and the further commentary implies that there could be suggestions rather than recommendations. I think wording is everything here. And what I conclude from the discussion so far is that it's very important that if such matters are brought onto the agenda for the SCRG, that it's very clearly in the context of suggestions rather than recommendations. I just think that's so important, both in terms of community expectations and also when matters are subsequently brought to Council. Personally, I don't support this particular subject coming to SCRG, but I do think if it does, then the wording suggestion is fundamentally important rather than recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to address that, I spent 2 years on the Strategic Community Reference Group there. It's very informative, and I think to Councillor Hill's point that his concerns being that there would be some sort of suggestive inference that they would have powers or delegated authorities or anything.
Point of order. I don't recollect that.
Hang on. I determine the points of order. Councillor Vinciulo, you need
Point of
to...
order. Adverse reflections. I don't think that was the way Councillor Hill positioned it.
In what way do you believe it's reflecting upon his character or motives? Is it
taken out of context?
Okay. Look, to make a formal determination on this, so which part of Councillor O'Neill's comments is taking Councillor Hill out of context? To the extent that it is then reflecting on Councillor Hill's character or reputation.
Councillor O'Neill implied a position that Councillor Hill did not actually state.
You need to state which which phrase Councillor O'Neill has done this with. It's not just a broad...
I can't give you verbatim what he just said, but it literally, when it came out of his mouth, it was incorrect. I can't.
You've got to express it for me to actually rule on a point of order, Councillor Vinciulo. Because if you just say it's an adverse reflection, that's not enough for me to make a judgment on. You have to say which phrase was used and in what way that then was adverse. Because Councillor Hill did make a range of comments which went to ensuring that wording was correct so that people were not misinterpreting what this motion would do, that it would not give the reference group the powers to make recommendations or make actions.
I'll retract on the basis that I can't give you the exact verbiage, but I'm sure Councillor Hill will be able to address that for you.
Thank you. Councillor Hill?
Yes, point of order, for the same reason, adverse reflection. Councillor O'Neill used words that implied that I was implying that the SCRG would have delegated authority, which I made no such assertion whatsoever. I was simply seeking clarification on the point of recommendations and suggestions. At no stage did I imply that or infer that I thought that SCRG would be somehow getting delegated authority on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think at this point, listening to the concerns, I think it's worth to note them as concerns at this point. Councillor O'Neill, I'll let you proceed, but be cautious not to take members out of context. At this point, because no one's actually said to me what phrase itself that they believe is contrary, I think this is actually going to be a fine line to then determine one way or another. Because as far as I understand, as far as I took your comments, is that you were not trying to adversely reflect to assert that Councillor Hill had said that he had said that the reference group had delegated powers. So Councillor O'Neill, I think it's best if you proceed.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just finish by saying that we've got some great ideas within our community, and I think a great place to derive ideas from is within that Strategic Community Reference Group, where there is a select bunch of people that from all different walks of life, ages, races, that have input into these topics. They get presented, and it gives us another view, gives us another point of view. So I welcome the point 3, and I encourage everyone to vote favourably to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Any further comments or questions? Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think having a budget workshop on the budget process and seeking some input and ideas and where people value services versus not, I don't have an issue with that. We do get data on that, generally speaking, elsewhere through customer satisfaction surveys and etc. But yeah, I don't think it's a big issue or a big ask to look at one of the workshops being on that topic. It is probably the most consequential item we consider all year, so I think it's reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor May. Councillor Count.
Yeah, I just want to add that It's perceived that this could be too many chefs in the kitchen, but if having the community reference group make suggestions and recommendations is not a massive burden on the council's decisions around the budget, then I support it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Any further comments? In that case, I will go to the Deputy Mayor to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the wording of the Part 3 is purely adding it as a meeting topic. It doesn't imply any other change to the structure of the community reference group, so at a loss as to where that discussion all came from. So this is merely about having input into whatever topic and structure that the administration wish to put forward as part of the annual budget process. And I value any input from the community towards our budget process, and I think we all should, and the more we can allow and structure our budget process to allow engagement with the community as a wider basis, then we will end up, I believe, with a better budget process. So that's where I am. And I know there was reference around meetings we have with some of the resident groups. Compare the two. The start of every SCRG is made very clear that it's purely an engagement and there's no decision making. And I believe that's made very clear at the start of every one of those meetings. I'm not sure I've had the same discussion presented or same statement made at the breakfast meetings that may have involved the residents groups. So I could be corrected on that, but that's not my recollection of that. So those groups come armed with a whole list of recommendations or suggestions, and there's, again, not guaranteed that the council has to listen to them, but they are inputs. So yeah, ask you to support this improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could now vote on the item. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. We then move to item 12.12, the list of payments for the month of November. Councillor O'Neill.
I'd like to move the item as written, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, thank you to the city for all their hard work in answering the questions that I send in all the time. I know it can be a little bit relentless. I just wanted to briefly get some further clarity just from one of the responses that was given in the briefing session response pack, the information pack there on page 27. Question 10, in relation to Green Steam Australia and the amounts invoiced with the hand weeding. I did ask if the hand weeding options are covered in the existing quoted contracts that came to council, or is this additional works which is charged to the ratepayer that we weren't informed on? Happy to take the question on notice if we could get a further explanation, just a little deeper into that.
Director Humphrey, Director Claassen.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, the contract includes rates for hand weeding as well, so that was part of the awarded contract and a rate provided by the contract, and the payment is in accordance with the rates supplied under that contract.
Okay, thank you. Then just to further that, was there a projected amount that would be included per annum, per financial year, in relation to hand weeding?
Director?
Through Mr. Mayor, I'll have to take that question on notice. I think there was a projected amount based on the overall contract cost. I don't know if that was broken down between the various elements of that contract, but I'll take that on notice.
Thank you, Director. That was pretty much all I had to add to that. Again, thank you to the city for its work. When I send these listings, I know sometimes they can be a little exhaustive, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton, as the seconder.
Yeah, in the interest of time, I'll email my questions through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any further comments or questions? No. Councillor O'Neill?
Nothing further to add, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go straight to a vote then, if we can. If you could vote on the screens, please. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. We then move to item 1213. Councillor O'Neill.
I'd like to move the item as written, please.
Thank you. I'm willing to second. Councillor O'Neill.
Nothing really to add, just to thank the city again for its time.
Thank you. I have nothing to add. Any further comments or questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a query regarding the regular payment to the Public Transport Authority for the CAT bus. Do we have a contract in place, how long that runs for, and what is our annual cost for that commitment, please?
Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll take the question on notice to provide the information to elected members. There is a contract in place. Actually, I'll defer to Manager of Planning Services, who has the details.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. Through you, Presiding Member, the City has entered into a 1+1 contract for the provision of the CAT bus service.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just to follow up, do we know when that started and when it finishes? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will take that on notice. I believe that did start in this quarter of this year, but I'm not sure of the exact date, so I will come back to you with that information.
Deputy Mayor.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Councillor O'Neill, would you like to close?
Nothing further to add, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could vote on the screens, please. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. The next item is item 1216, the mid-year budget review. I'm willing to move the item as written. Could I have a seconder? Seconded, Deputy Mayor. I won't speak to the item because I know we've covered this previously, but I will address any comments in reply. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As per query raised in the briefing session, I just have a concern about the description we've put in place regarding the employment costs variation. Don't think what we've got in the report I can support there as a reference for that employment expense increase. If I'm purely basing my decision on the content of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I was just focusing. Was there a question at the end of that? Or no? Thank you. Any further comments or questions? No, I don't wish to close. If we can then vote on the screens, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. That then takes us to I believe that's the end of the reports section of the agenda. Yep. So in that case, let's move towards an exception resolution. If we can then have an exception resolution for items 12.4, 12.5, 12.7, 12.11. Oh, sorry, 12.5 is confidential, sorry. 7, 11, 12.14, 12.15. We have those 12.17 and 19. I think that should be all of them. Could I get a mover and a seconder? Moved Councillor Vinciulo, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Vinciulo.
No comment, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Nothing to add, Mr. Mayor.
Any comments on the item? No, thank you. We'll go straight to a vote. If you could cast your votes on the screens, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed. The item carried unanimously. In that case, that moves us to the reports of the CEO, which is confidential. And we did change the order of business. Do we then move to item 15, the urgent business? So I'll be seeking a mover and a seconder for the council to accept the following report. The council, in accordance with clause 4.71 of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Local Law 2013, accepts item 15.1, a confidential claim for court proceedings, as urgent business. I'm willing to move. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Mercer. Yep. Thank you. This is just a late item report that of a significant nature that we'll need to deal with at this meeting, and that's why this report has been late, and that's why it's also been seeking to be dealt with at this meeting at the earliest opportunity. Councillor Mercer. Thank you. Any other comments on receiving the report? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a query that this will now go behind closed doors for discussion.
What we'll do as soon as this is voted through, we'll then have another motion to change the order of business, but we need to first accept that the council will receive the report to tonight's meeting. Once we've agreed to receive the report, which is this motion, then we'll have a second motion to move that item then to the end of the other confidential items, which we have scheduled for tonight's agenda. If that makes sense. Thank you. Any further comments on receiving the report? No, in that case, I don't wish to close. If we could then vote on the screens. Yes. I declare the voting closed. The item carried unanimously. We'll then move to a motion to change the order of business. I'm willing to move the motion as written, as I previously explained to Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. I don't wish to speak to it. Councillor O'Neill? No. Any further comments? No. If we could then vote on the screens as well for this one. Or would you prefer me to do this by show of hands? You've got it? Yep. I declare the voting, Councillor Joondalup. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. That moves us to item 16 on the agenda, motions of which previous notice have been given. And so we have one motion, which is from Councillor Joondalup. Would you like to move it as written?
Yes,
Yep.
please.
And a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Count. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, through you. Colleagues, this notice of motion is procedural and follows directly from Council's decision in December last year, where we endorsed the key principles relating to elected members' safety, integrity and well-being. Since that resolution, the matter has already progressed through the appropriate governance channels. Correspondence has been issued to relevant agencies. The proposal has been considered by the Wowga North Metropolitan Zone and supported for progression to State Council. And officers have confirmed that the submission process to ALGA allows for quality control review and editing where required. This also aligns with this year's NGA theme, Stronger Together, Resilient, Productive, United, which recognises the importance of resilient governance and effective intergovernmental collaboration. What is before us tonight does not reopen the December debate. It does not introduce new policy. It simply asks that the elements Council has already endorsed be submitted to the ALGA National General Assembly, the proper national forum for these matters to be considered collectively across the sector. This is a standard part of the NGA process, and supporting this motion ensures Joondalup can contribute constructively to that national discussion. I implore you to support the motion as we did in December. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Count is the seconder.
No, everything's been said. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Hutton.
I was just going to ask if these 4 points can be moved separately.
Would you be seeking all of them moved separately? So 1 to 4 all individually?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Yep, Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Just comment on the motion before us. It's very clear. We have very clear wording of the motion. We have very clear wording of the reason for the motion, and we have very clear wording in the officer's comments. If any elected member was not clear on any of those points, they've had ample opportunity to discuss with either the Council of Ventura or the governance. So I would just encourage people to debate and vote on what is specifically before us tonight in the documentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In today's society, we do cop flack from people, whether it's positive, negative, from the community or otherwise. It just comes down to being thick-skinned. I've looked at this. When this approached, when the first part of this came towards council in December last year, I looked at it carefully, and I wasn't supportive of it then. And I'm not supportive of it now in the way that this is as well. I have serious reservations about this particular type of notice of motion. I believe, personally, that things like this slowly trickle and lead to police state rules, things like that. I can't in good conscience support this. Obviously, everyone will vote their own way, but I implore all of council to remember, as I was stating earlier, to someone that you can very easily give your freedoms up, and it's done through things like this, I believe, and it's very hard to get them back. So I just won't be able to support something like this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Acknowledge we, as a council, voted these items through in December, and as noted, they have been making their way through, as I understand, through the Walga North Zone, so be looking forward to see how they progress. But here we're looking at taking these now to the Australian Government and the National General Assembly to take on or raise these with the Australian Federal Government. So this is where I think we're just stepping too far. We are governed by state legislation. How we can seek the federal government to, I suppose, interfere, and how those state rules are written, and how to structure those. I just don't see how it's going to happen. Every state would be different. Every state's local governments not necessarily structured the same. So how would the federal government then impose upon each state to make some changes, and how these might be enforced through state legislation? So I don't see where that may get us. So on that basis, I think what's been done and approaching through the state is where it needs to be. If it flows through that way, then I'm sure the Walga will raise it effectively with ALGA, should they wish. But at this stage, I'll be waiting and not supporting this. I'll be waiting to see how it progresses through the Walga process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Pizzey.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a few comments, if I may. I think this motion doesn't prevent community speaking or giving opinion in the public arena. We already have laws that do protect everybody when things that are untrue that have been said. So I don't think this motion changes that. What it is seeking to get recognised and consider is legislative reform. One of the statements being there is parliamentary privilege. I do think that elected members at a local government level should have that privilege. As we represent the community, we should be able to say what we think and not be restricted in our opinions. I think this procedural motion is seeking and asking for legal and procedural guidance for elected members is a smart thing. We sit here and we represent our community members, and to do that adequately and safely, we should have legal and procedural guidance on how to do that. If anything, it benefits the community if we're well informed and protected and can say what we believe on council floor. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Further comments or questions? Councillor Mercer.
I just want to get some clarification in point 1. It talks about the Work Health and Safety Act of 2011. Should that be the federal legislation of 2009 or the WA Act of 2020?
I'm not sure that's really a question for the administration, is that the wording is written by the way that Councillor Vinciulo has put the item together. So he's chosen to put it in terms of the Work Health Safety Act, so maybe that's something in reply that he can cover. Because it's not really a question to the administration, why is it not another piece of legislation? So, yeah, Councillor Mercer, any further questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just, I note that this motion was supported by the City of Stirling and the City of Wanneroo representatives, along with us, attending the North Zone meeting of WALGA last week. And I therefore will be supporting this motion to be forwarded on to the National Board representing local government, which is ALGA, across Australia for their consideration. So that's where I stand. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I understand the concerns and perhaps what it's trying to tackle, but I think I'm not convinced this is the right path to do so. And I also generally don't like spending too much time in council talking about ourselves, but I think it might be necessary in this instance. We're governed by state legislation, as Councillor Raff just rightly pointed out, and beyond that, I understand things are going through WALGA along these lines, which is probably more appropriate given the local government in different states is governed by different legislation and has different responsibilities, and just has potentially different cultures in different states. For example, political parties openly endorse and run candidates in other states. They don't do so here, on the most part. I think the Greens sometimes do, but I don't think anyone else does. In saying that, I don't really have a problem with point 1, but I'm on the fence about the other points. I think that the main issue, is separate to this, and that is in some instances there can be a weaponisation of the standards panel process. Vexatious complaints can be made, and so if that's probably more of an area that needs to be looked at by the minister. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and then I'll move to a comment. My first question is to the Director for Governance, just the ALGA process. If this proceeds, I know we've had a discussion by email about this, but if it's worth bringing the rest of the council into this, is that there's certain requirements for the motion to be under 100 words and to have certain additional statements. And so if we pass this tonight, then it'll be put to ALGA then for a redrafting process, so it can come back to us in a way that's considered and consistent with those procedures. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The NGA drafting of motions does come with a guideline. There are writing tips with regard to word limits and the way in which motions are to be structured, which from my taking of the guide is simply as a guide. However, within the guidelines itself, it also stresses that the ALGA Secretariat will review all of the motions for quality control and consistency with the criteria. And then with agreement, it may edit motions, it may raise questions with the relevant local government, which is the city, of course, or combine motions into a single overarching strategic motion. And that usually occurs if there are numerous local governments with similar types of issues or proposed motions. So the ALGA board does have also, the board of ALGA has final discretions on which motions are included. So that may include review by the Walga State Council as well to ensure that this particular motion meets its particular objectives as well, and advocacy position statements. So there is still a process for this to go through. Thank you.
And just to follow up, is that when it goes through that process and it's been checked, that'll then be brought back to the council for a further decision if there's further amendments that need to be made for clarification purposes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it would depend upon the significance of what is proposed to be amended. If it was only something that would be considered administrative, it probably wouldn't bring it back to the council, but if it was something of more of a significant nature which restructured the motion, then it would need to come back to the council for further determination.
And then in addition to that, the criteria also required it to align with the Walga advocacy position. And so there was one which on the officer's opinion this applies. Could we read out a copy of, given that's a required criteria, which advocacy priority which Walga advocacy position we are aligning with?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The advocacy position paper that aligns with the Walga position is 211.1 of the Walga advocacy positions, which relates to cyber bullying protections, and that relates to bullying protections, providing that Walga will advocate for changes to the Commonwealth legislation to provide for implementing a number of proposed changes. One is cyberbullying protections for all Australians, similar to those provided to Australian children under Enhancing Online Safety Act 2015, identification validation checks before a new social media account can be established, including a time frame by which social media providers must ensure that all existing active accounts retrospectively comply, and a social media communications control order similar to violence restraining order, which prevents a person from contacting any other person through social media. So those are some of the protections that Walga has as an advocacy position that may be added onto, given the motion from the City of Joondalup progressing through to the Walga State Council at its March meeting as well. So there may be additional advocacy position statements that the Walga decides to adopt.
Okay. And so just touching on that, so the alignment between the motion we have from Councillor Vinciulo and Walga, what relationship is there? So when this proceeds to ALGA, does that become part of the advocacy?
Mr. Mayor, one of the suggestions within the guidelines is that any proposal needs to align with an advocacy position. So the Walga advocacy position is one that is considered to be in alignment with the motion that's been put forward by Councillor Vinciulo, and at the national level, I think it meets national objectives in relation to community resilience and intergovernmental relations.
Thank you. Just to make a short comment on the different parts in this, is that when this came to the previous council meeting, I was supportive of various elements of this being proposed to Walga as the state government, as the state representative body. I do have concerns about taking it directly to ALGA, given the different jurisdictions, and I view primarily that these matters are more appropriately regulated by the states. I can't see ALGA being able to convince the federal government towards something which will lean towards some of the protections that are contemplated in this. I cannot see the federal government leaning towards, if there was talk about parliamentary privilege, which from Councillor Pizzey, and that's related to in point 2 of the motion as well. I cannot foresee the Commonwealth Government introducing parliamentary privilege as a legislative priority for the Commonwealth, for local government and local government councillors. I just can't foresee that occurring as a priority for them. I think it's better that many of this advocacy is focused on the state rather than the federal government, given that we are a body that is created under state legislation. We're not created under Commonwealth legislation, and many of these things relate to matters that are primarily, as I said, regulated by the state government. I do have concerns as well about aligning too closely with the Walga advocacy position for cyberbullying. I personally don't support advocacy around setting up identification validation checks for all social media. I'd be concerned if that was then added on to our advocacy itself. Given that, as I said, we're taking this to ALGA, and part of that process is that we then have to align with whatever is the state local government representative body, WOLGA. I'm concerned about that being added onto the advocacy. I'd rather that we, if we wish to go to ALGA with this, progress this through the WOLGA process, through WOLGA State Council, with the motion which came to the December meeting last year, and finish that process and see what State Council says and whether to adopt that as a position and to take to the federal government. But I'd be concerned about trying to align some of these elements into I'd be concerned about aligning some of these elements into our advocacy to ALGA, or to what degree we will be aligning those into it. So, yeah, as I said, I think some of these things are probably more appropriately regulated and sorted at the state government level. The federal government's not going to legislate us parliamentary privilege, and so yeah, I won't be supporting these elements of the motions, but I do support psychological safety, and there will be elements which I'll be looking to bring up for future council meetings to resolve that. And on a personal level, to do with some of these elements, I don't think that there is a council member here who's been pursued more aggressively by anonymous pages and false rumours than myself. And I'm looking into ways of dealing with those individuals who are behind it. So it doesn't those things don't need to necessarily be dealt with through this process that Councillor Vinciulo is suggesting. So I'll stop there. Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Count, you did sort of make a comment earlier. You said everything has been said. You didn't reserve your right, so it would have to be a question.
No, it's okay. I can't phrase it as a question. Thanks.
We'll take it as a question. So you can't phrase it as a question? No?
No, that's okay.
That's okay. Councillor Pizzey.
Can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Through you. Just a question in regards to the city's comments about digital safety and this particular motion. When we put it to ALGA, will we be supporting increased information giving for digital accounts that you spoke about earlier? Is that a part of this motion that we're voting on today?
Director Parry, would you like to probably reiterate your earlier comments about WOLGA and WOLGA's advocacy being joined to this possibly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think one of the important things is with regard to the criteria for motions that's provided through the National General Assembly guidelines, is that motions should avoid being prescriptive in directing how the matter should be pursued. So parts 3 and 4 of the motion are quite general in their intent, and I think are more aimed at exploring the opportunities sector-wide to better manage those risks that are associated with safety and wellbeing, included psychosocial safety, while strengthening the democratic governance practices as well. Thank you.
Councillor Pizzey.
So specifically in protecting psychosocial safety in the digital area, does this motion support and ask for further safety measures in giving identity over for social media accounts? Is that what this motion is asking for?
Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, you would need to ask the initiator of the notice of motion in relation to that. I've provided general comments in response to the notice of motion and also outlined the way in which the motion would be considered by the National General Assembly. And as I've previously said, it's intended that the motions should avoid being prescriptive. So that would mean that all opportunities for improvement could be explored, I think, as a result of this particular motion, should it proceed.
I think to add on that, Councillor Pizzi, I'd just draw your attention to point 3. It just says improved protections. It doesn't stipulate what is in or out. And as far as the requirement and the criteria to align with an existing Walga advocacy position, the one which is proposed is the Walga one, which was previously stated around cyberbullying.
When this comes back to, well, this will be coming back to council for us to fully review what goes to ALGA, is that correct? And what recommendations we'll be making as a part of this motion?
Director Parry, I think I asked that question earlier, so if you'd like to.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no. If you adopt this particular motion tonight, that is the motion that will proceed through to the National General Assembly. The ALGA Secretariat then will review the motions for quality control and consistency with the criteria. So it may, depending upon what the ALGA Secretariat review, it may come back to the council. However, if the council was of the mind to progress this to the National General Assembly, you could probably presume that this is the motion that would be accepted unless the ALGA Secretariat had key concerns over the motion itself.
When you made your, to the Director of Governance through the Chair, when you made your comments earlier about the perception of this and how it would be carried out, your general perception, and please, if I've got this wrong, correct me, was that it would be, a part of this would be changing online reform and identity online. Is that the city's position that that is what point 3 is asking for?
Director Parry, but I might try and add some clarity as well. Director Parry.
Through Mr Mayor, thanks for the question. I think what you might be referring to is the Walga advocacy position, which the Mayor referred onto me. So I read out what the Walga advocacy position was, and specifically the elements that Walga would be advocating for changes to the Commonwealth legislation. That doesn't mean that this motion would be mirroring exactly what Walga's advocacy for change is. Theirs is specifically in relation to cyberbullying protections. This motion, from what I gather, is about exploring opportunities for improved protections for elected members in their duties, which could include digital safety and with regard to matters of digital disinformation. But it may not simply be restricted to digital disinformation. It could explore a whole range of opportunities.
I think just to try and add some clarity as well, what's in the motion from Councillor Vinciulla is the motion that's being sought to go to ALGA. That is not prescriptive in what is in or out as far as protections or the way in which something should be protected. Although to put a motion to ALGA, the required criteria is it also needs to align with a Walga advocacy position. And that is the advocacy position this motion is aligning to, if that makes sense. There is separation, but one has to align to the other.
Can I ask a question for the procedural, what happens at ALGA when this will be debated like any other, like a council meeting here, and those points can be debated and voted on separately if agreed to, is that correct?
So at the ALGA meeting itself, at
Yes.
the National Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, the motion, if accepted by the ALGA board, who has final discretion on which motions are included, would be included for the NGA, for the National General Assembly. It will be usual for someone from the respective local government to briefly speak to the item, and the motion would be put to the floor and voted on by the membership within the General Assembly itself as to whether to proceed or not.
Councillor Pizzey?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Also, were you seeking clarification? Could the different parts of the motion be voted on separately at ALGA? Because I wasn't sure with your question whether that was covered.
Oh, I did ask that, yes. That wasn't answered, that part of the question.
Director Parry, can motions be split at ALGA and voted on separately, the different parts of them?
Through Mr. Mayor, I can't answer that. That's the procedures for ALGA, and I don't know what their procedures are for dealing with motions and splitting motions on the floor.
Yep.
Sorry.
My recollection from the minutes is that's not a common practice because there's so many motions to get through.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I've only read the minutes, I haven't been in attendance. Any further questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Just a quick question, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Just for some clarity for all council, if I could possibly ask, I know it might be a bit of an inconvenience, for Director Parry to reread the aligned WALGA advocacy position that was stated, so that everyone can understand it fully and so that there's no misunderstanding as to what it has aligned closely with.
Yep. Before that occurs, I'm just going to give a caution to Councillor Vinciulo. Through this whole debate, you've been shaking your head and pulling faces at different individuals when they've been talking. I just want to sort of give a caution that the meeting procedures do talk about not reflecting on other individuals and their actions. Reflection is not just by verbal means, so I'd ask you to try and find another way to, maybe keep some of those expressions to yourself rather than being so visible with them. Director Parry.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to read it again. It's important to recognise that the question that was asked of me was what position from WALGA advocacy position does align. It's not that which ALGA advocacy position might replicate a particular motion that's been put forward. So the WALGA advocacy position, as stated in its cyberbullying protections, provides that WALGA will advocate for changes to Commonwealth legislation to provide for implementing 1, cyberbullying protections for all Australians, similar to those provided to Australian children under the Enhancing Online Safety Act 2015, identification validation checks before a new social media account can be established, including a timeframe by which social media providers must ensure that all existing active accounts retrospectively comply, a social media communications control order similar to a violence restraining order, which prevents a person from contacting any other person through social media. So the reason behind that advocacy position was in relation to social media use and misuse, becoming increasingly prevalent in the community, with local governments similarly experiencing incidents where cyber communications negatively impact local government operations and governance, as well as the health and safety of elected members and employees. Commonwealth legislation controls social media communications, and therefore that advocacy position recommends that ALGA be requested to take up advocacy for changes that prevent fake online identities. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick one. Just really curious, who indicated that this aligned this closely to this particular advocacy position? Curious as to who indicated it, that this notice of motion aligned closest to that advocacy position.
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, that would be me. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Councillor Count with a question.
Yes. As Councillor Fishwick mentioned before, that it had gone to WALGA and was quite supported by the other two councils. Since this motion is essentially the same, just going to a further body, would it not seem unusual for us to not support spreading the advocacy that did come from our council further? So the perhaps other local governments around the country could benefit from this potential advice.
I'm not sure that's a valid question to ask the administration whether it's unusual about the council's, what a council's decision may or may not be. The question before us is, does the council wish to put this to ALGA or not? Not whether it's unusual that it only goes to WALGA or ALGA. The council can form an opinion that it's appropriate to go to ALGA and not WALGA, or the other way around on different motions. So some of our advocacy is just at one level, not at multiples. So I don't think it's right to have the administration to try and form a judgment about how unusual council decisions are or not.
I guess so. Yeah. It just seems that we started this motion. We wanted to
I think this is a comment now.
Yeah.
Not a question.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
okay.
fair.
Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to refrain from commenting given the length this debate's been on for already, but since there's been mention of the WALGA process multiple times, I just wanted to clarify. The WALGA North Metropolitan Zone voted on this recommendation. That now needs to go up to a WALGA Policy Committee for further consideration. Wording will then come back, which won't be exactly the wording that was submitted. That will then be put on the State Council agenda, which will then be cascaded down to every zone again for discussion. Then once that's voted on, it will go back up to State Council for an alternate, and then WALGA will take a position. Now, the reason I tell you that all is just for context. The North Zone has made a recommendation that's going to go through a lengthy process to land on final wording and a final recommendation for WALGA. What that final recommendation is, we actually don't know. We will obviously have input into that, but it goes to effectively experts. Experts give a lot of input and advice, and then there's a lot of consultation. But we're months away from probably getting a WALGA position on this. So I just give you that. I'm not swaying this one way or another, but I'm just giving context that might not happen before ALGA. So it might be the position of other West Australian local governments to say, we haven't yet made our decision, so until we make our decision, we're not going to support this. So just, I guess, keep that in your mind, that the WALGA process has not been complete. It has only just begun. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? There's only a few councillors left who haven't spoken. Okay. Councillor Vincula, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you. Just to address a few things. This is not about restrictions. It's about exploring effective democratic conversation and effective community engagement. That's its process. Council tonight is deciding whether to submit the motion into the NGA process. Eligibility, formatting and refinement are assessed through WALGA and ALGA as part of that process. Supporting submission simply allows Joondalup's position to be considered. Colleagues, there has been great support for the decision we made in December. This motion does not change council policy or commit the city to any specific legislative outcome. It simply ensures that the position council has already endorsed and which has now progressed through WALGA processes can be formally submitted to the national forum established for sector-wide consideration. It's our sector. Supporting this submission ensures Joondalup contributes constructively to the national conversation envisioned by this year's NGA theme of stronger, more resilient local government. The NGA process itself provides for review, refinement and alignment where required, and supporting this motion tonight simply allows Joondalup's voice to be part of that conversation, something that we can be proud of. I encourage you all to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to a vote on the screens, please. Oh, sorry, yes, sorry. We said that we'd do that by each individual part on Councillor Hutton's request earlier on. So, part one. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. on point 2. I declare the voting closed, the item carried. And point 3. Point 3 is not carried. Yep. And then to point 4. Declare the voting closed, and point 4 is carried. Thank you. That takes us to the next item on tonight's agenda. I think that goes to us closing the meeting.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I please raise an issue that I think needs addressing before you close the meeting?
Sure.
I was surprised this evening, considering it's the CEO's last meeting, that individual elected members were not given the opportunity to publicly thank the CEO for his service to the city. Could we have that opportunity at all?
Thank you, Councillor Chester, for your question. I spoke with the governance team and conferred with the CEO before the meeting of how between them that the meeting was to proceed and how the acknowledgement of the CEO was to be made, and between us that was the agreed position, that the Mayor would be the only one giving the comments at the council meeting. Thank you. In that case, we move to closing the meeting to members of the public. So in accordance with section 5.23, 5.232, 5.234 of the Local Government Act and 5.2 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law, that we resolve to close the meeting to the public for those 6 items. Do we need to add the urgent business item onto it? It's on the screen. Thank you. I'm willing to move. Could I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Massa. I don't wish to speak to it. Councillor Massa, thank you. Any further comments? No? Thank you. If we can go straight to a vote by show of hands. Those all in favour? Thank you. That carries unanimously. Thank you. Given that there is no one returned who's a member of the public, what the council has resolved in a confidential session will be available in the minutes of tonight's meeting. I now need to have a motion for the council to resume the operation of clause 4.3 of the sitting meeting procedures order of business. I'm willing to move. Councillor Hill is the seconder. Could I have a show of hands of all those in favour? Thank you. That carries unanimously. That then moves to item 17 of tonight's agenda, announcement of notices of motion for the next meeting of council. No? In that case, that concludes tonight's council meeting, and I hereby close the meeting at 11:47 p.m. Good night, and thank you, everyone. I did make it out before midnight. There you go. Yeah.